Welcome to the Sunshine Island of Mallorca. We are here for the third regatta of the season, the 2022-52 Super Series season. It's a return to the Mediterranean and to a venue which we have visited 6 times before. This is the 7th consecutive year we have been at Puerto Portals in the just beside Palma, and it is hot as it has been for several weeks here. It's going to be a pretty tricky day on the water. It's been a postponement. The start was supposed to get away at 1 o'clock, and it's now 2:20, 2:25 local time. We're within 3 minutes of the starting time. Breeze is about 6 to 8 knots, so still pretty light. A gentle sea breeze rolling in from the southwest. And it's going to be fascinating to see who can impose themselves from race 1, day 1. Quantum Racing, of course, have won the first 2 regattas of the season in Bayona and then in Cascais. Big change for them here is they have Terry Hutchison on the helm and Lucas Calabrese moving into the hot seat as a tactician. So a change in the dynamic of the afterguard on the Quantum Racing. Otherwise, 1 or 2 little changes through the fleet on Interlodge. Ed Baird is missing. He is sailing with Doug DeVos on the Chicago Mac race. And so Interlodge have Cameron Appleton as a tactician this week. But this is a venue where certainly 3 different teams who we have competing here have won in recent years. Sled won this regatta last year and also won on the Bay of Palma. They clinched the 2021 title on the Bay of Palma in November. And indeed, they won the practice race yesterday ahead of Platoon. Platoon won here previously. They won the world title in 2019. And Provezza won here in 2017. But really, we've seen the ascent really this season of Allegra as well. Allegra were very good in the early part of the regatta in Cascais and have proven that they are contenders. So too we saw flashes of brilliance from the Vayu team. Have this 2015 boat which is very good in the light to moderate conditions. And they really are capable of springing a surprise 1 year on from when they lined up here for the first time a year ago. Well, in fact, 11 months ago at the Invitational Regatta, their first taste of the 52 Super Series, and here they are. So we're around about 30 seconds before the start. You can see Interlodge and Vayu lining up towards the pin end of the line. Quantum safely and conservatively positioned in the middle of the line alongside Phoenix. Allegra just to windward of them, and Sled putting their faith on the right hand side of the course, presumably coming in at the committee boat end of the line, at the signal boat end of the line, along with Provezza. Gladiator are late. They're on port, just taking a couple of transoms. The start gun has gone. Nice start from Interlodge down at the pin end of the line. They have runway to leeward to build further speed into. Vayu next up to weather. Phoenix get a great start. Phoenix have Tony Norris still steering. There were plans here to have Hasso Plattner returning to the circuit after a 2.5-year break, but unfortunately Hasso hasn't been able to make it, and is Tony Norris still steering the Phoenix this week, project manager. So an early tack for Sled out to the right. Murray Jones and Francesco Bruni electing to go for the early right, working away on port. Middle of the fleet, Quantum there start pretty solidly, and then Gladiator then doing a big early right. We saw them taking a couple of transoms off the start line. Gladiator Tony Langley and team, with Paul Goodison calling tactics. So motivated this year after winning a race in Bayona. They have had some very good moments this season, proving a little bit more competitive. Phoenix not so good off the start line, taking Transom just now, trying to work out to that right side. So Sled with the strongest position to windward to the right side of the main group. Gladiator appeared to be getting a little righty, just a little lift. Platoon very good in these light conditions. Historically have done well on the Bay of Palma. And of course they have Jordi Calafat, one of the real local experts, as strategist, as indeed Provezza do have Nacho Postigo dubbed the Wizard of Palma Bay. Wonder whether Nacho can conjure up some magic and get the Provezza back onto the podium. So the distance for this windward leg is 1.7 miles, very much proportionate to the wind strength of 8 knots. Bearing to the windward mark is 195. We've seen a little bit of a left shift in the pre-start period. We saw the breeze at 200, then the final bearing to the windward mark is 195, 195. We are racing very much in the middle of the bay as opposed to over to the east side of the bay, where it is much more of a one-sided track towards Cabo Blanco. So Sled going well at the moment. Our early leader on the tracking system, say the winners of yesterday's practice race. Murray Jones and Francesco Bruni combining well to develop an early lead on the sled. Quantum Racing were third in the practice race yesterday in this new setup, a setup that Terry Hutchison tells us that they practiced in Valencia pre-season and also in a J70 regatta in Charleston. And Lucas Calabrese, a very, very talented tactician in his own right. So still Sled with the early lead in the middle of the fleet, really. They have Provezza and Allegra below them. Quantum nicely covered unless we see a left-hander, which is very much the standard pattern on the Bay of Palma, but let's see how this plays out. Phoenix on the far right hand side. So Platoon just struggling very slightly. We're not even close to halfway up this beat. So far still seems pretty even in terms of the wind direction. No big changes as yet as Platoon crosses behind Gladiator. Interlodge, we're seeing Austin Fragaman back on the boat, missed some races in Cascais. And for sure Allegra then in third. One of the teams probably the most improved this season. Of course, we are approaching the theoretical midpoint of the season. 5 regatta season, 2 events done. Quantum until now very much have the initiative, have the impetus. We spoke with Terry Hutchison briefly before he went on the water, and it's quite insightful, saying that there are certain messages around the boat that warnings to himself to really concentrate on just driving the boat and making it go fast, and leaving the strategic and tactical decisions to Lucas and to Michele Avaldi. So at the moment, Quantum coming out to this left side. They have been very, very consistent this season, sticking to their game plan of trying to be top 3, top 4 at every mark and every race, avoiding the big scores. But just now we're seeing this for sure. I think the the right side starting to strengthen, looking at Phoenix in particular. Phoenix, for those of you who follow our the social media channels, will know that Phoenix had something of an accident during the practice race yesterday, with Provezza hitting them from astern. So they came ashore with some damage to their port quarter deck, just on the turn off the side deck. And so the Phoenix and the Provezza boat builders were working into the night. Provezza having ostensibly caused the damage, working alongside the Phoenix guys, and at the same time there was a little bit of an accident with the Phoenix tender, which damaged their engines. So it was a pretty problematic day all round for the Phoenix team, which why they must be all pleased to see the sailing team leading for the moment. Quantum Racing's worst scores in Cascais were a pair of 3 6th places. Otherwise they were pretty consistent, only winning the penultimate race, winning that regatta by 7 points. Worst score in Bayona was a 5th, otherwise they had 3 wins and a 3rd and a 4th and a 2nd, winning by 7 points there as well. So looking like Quantum Racing have some work to do, settling into the heat of battle. And talking of which, it's 35 degrees Celsius on the dock here in Puerto Portals, one of the hottest venues anyway, because it's very protected from the breeze. So that's one of the elements for the teams to take care of with this season, or this week, trying to stay out of the sun and as cool as possible for as long as possible before they go on the water. Phoenix so far disappointed with their 4th in Cascais and 3rd in Bayona. But remember, in Bayona they opened with a 1st. One race in Cascais, but quite nicely positioned just now, working that middle right side of the course. A little bit of an advantage, exposed slightly to the boats on their left, but look at the work that Platoon have done, considering they were deep early on. So we're watching Platoon, we're watching Provezza out on that right side, the 2 Vrolic boats known to be quick in these light conditions, flat water. Provezza did win the last race in Cascais and had a couple of seconds in their scoreline, although finishing 6th overall. So the biggest gap in the fleet just now is between Platoon and Interlodge in 4th and 5th. So this is fascinating now, just watching to see how this first beat's going to play out. You can see a little bit of a lefty, a little lift over on that left side working for Quantum and Gladiator. That's the investment. Is it going to pay off? Certainly Gladiator, if anything, just taking a little knock. Allegra not so exposed at all. Provezza investing in the right. Hamish Pepper and Colle Parada after guard on the Provezza. John Cutler steering. So everything in the balance just now as we get into the top 3rd of this first upwind. Provezza attacking out on that right side. Phoenix will go up to their line and tack, I think. So we're just seeing them, according to our setup, a little bit overlay line. But I'm sure that Phoenix and Provezza will cross sled. Phoenix with the starboard tack advantage, forcing Sled to tack, sled. Hard to say accurately what their position is in terms of ley line to this first top mark. But very much looking like Phoenix will lead round this top mark, just outside and above sled, who come round the top mark. So a good lead in the end really for Phoenix. Sled having to shoot the mark. Just Odo driver Takashi Akura pulling up the bow and just squeezing around ahead of sled. Interlodge getting there. In third, Pravetsa fourth, Allegra fifth. Sixth looking like it will be Gladiator. So remember then, sled started off the committee boat end of the line. Phoenix more in the middle, but worked the middle right. But for me, I think Phoenix are quick in these light conditions too. So clearly some work to be done for the Quantum Racing. Really need to adhere to their, and I'm sure they will adhere to their maxim of just chipping away, trying to convert a ninth to an eighth and a seventh and a sixth. But for sure not the opening they wanted. So good opening margin for the Phoenix team. Tom Slingsby and Cameron Dunn, the after guard. Otherwise, no big surprises so far. So first run, race one of the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series sailing week, and is Phoenix making the best opening in this 8 to 9 knot breeze, flat water. Phoenix didn't get the best of starts, but cleared out to the middle right early. Got themselves a decent lane, and as I said, were quick upwind. And we have seen this season what they can do with a lead. Certainly saw that on the opening day in Bayona, which was a predominantly light wind regatta, flat water, very shifty. But we can see them stretching away from sled contending with platoon. So Quantum going for the early jibe. Trying to find some more wind pressure on that left side looking downwind. So it does look like Quantum are making some kind of gains down that left side. Just as we were saying, it's for them it's about chipping away and taking a boat or a couple of boats on every leg. So far they've appeared to have put Gladiator and Value behind them. All the time then, Phoenix just extending. It will give them the options coming upwind on this second beat. But at the moment it's a case of covering the opposition, just keeping an eye on sled and platoon behind, interlodge on their other hip. I think so much of the Phoenix motivation still coming from the finale of last season when they were so close to winning the circuit and the Rolex World Championships, just missing out in the final day. That certainly what's added a little bit of extra fire to their bellies, but also having come close this season, I think for sure just they want the regatta win. So that gain's largely stabilised just now for the Phoenix. So a few other changes on the value team with different family members coming on board here. And a couple of native Thai sailors sailing this week, so some small changes for them. Otherwise, it's pretty much business as usual through the fleet. Interesting with this with the circuit lead, Terry Hutchison saying this morning that the objective really, as much as anything, is to, quotes, hold serve, i.e. to maintain the momentum, maintain or slightly improve on that points lead, not looking to hit out the park and win the regatta as a stated objective, but just to keep doing what they've been doing. So they have moved up just now from 9th at the top mark to 6th. So that left side downwind just now seemed to be quite good for Provezza. Correspondingly, I wonder whether Quantum can get back at Allegra, though Allegra do seem to be pretty much another 100 metres ahead. But if Provezza could find a little bit more speed with a faster angle into the leeward gate, and that could be good for them. But certainly, I'm pretty sure if they came away with the top 4 from this first race, that would set Provezza up with a bit more confidence, and that is such a vital attribute in this fleet. So looking at the leeward gate, first time down, race 1. Now 5 to 3 local time here in Palma, Mallorca, and still this unrelenting heat wave continues. So Phoenix then choosing the right mark looking upwind. You can see a little bit of a bias on it according to our positioning on our tracking setup from our friends at Geo Racing. So Phoenix leading around as they did at the top mark. No immediate change in the order. Sled going round second, albeit a little bit further back. They were slightly closer at the top mark. Sled's tracking just seems to have hiccuped there momentarily. Putting the turbo boosters on to come back into our picture, but they go round in second. Platoon then, Harmmuller Spreer's double world champions going through next, still third. That lead is 30 seconds. Provezza round in fourth. All of the top four boats have gone round this right-hand mark looking upwind. Interlodge and Allegra breaking that mould and going for the left-hand mark. But really the margins in this fleet just now are so tight, so small. Allegra getting round. Now let's see, because Quantum appear to be coming back to this right hand mark, looking upwind, losing out to value in the end. So in the end, Quantum still going round in 8th and Gladiator in 9th. So the breeze has moved to the right slightly. We're getting a 205 windward mark bearing now. And the change of course, it's a 1.4 mile windward leg, which suggests the breeze has dropped slightly. So really the battle is for second and third just now between Sled and Provezza. Pretty close between the two of them. And then there's still this that gap that we talked about during the last up between 4th and 5th, between Interlodge and Allegra. If anything has grown. But I think we're seeing a little left-hander then, a little lift. So the breeze phases back slightly for Phoenix and Sled. Certainly relative to Provezza. Provezza into a knock, which could be good for them in the longer term as they get out towards the starboard tack ley line in due course. Quantum appear to have done some good work since that leeward gate rounding, getting up to 6th now. Working to the middle of the course and rising up, they hope, to Allegra. Shorter windward mark, shorter windward leg. So for sure not really seeing the Palma thermogenesis, the sea breeze engine working terribly well today. That is the prediction for the first 2 or 3 days at least. We've had such a long period of very, very hot weather. A few of the sailors in this fleet raced at the Super Yacht Cup on the Bay of Palma just a couple of weeks ago, and that was very, very similar conditions. They had a couple of training days and fantastic 16 to 17 knot sea breezes. Then when it came to the racing, it was a fairly modest sea breeze for the first couple of days, and then a couple of days in the northeasterly offshore breeze, gradient breeze, which was quite challenging. So for me, really we're seeing quite a lot of atypical conditions this season. I don't need to remind too many people that Cascais really didn't have the trade winds firing until that last day. But for sure, Quantum chipping away as they're wont to do. No panic on board, I'm quite sure. After they went round the top mark in 9th, they're now up to 5th. We see them starting to push the risk just a little bit more, working out more to that left side, but that's what pretty much, I guess, what they did on the first race, the first upwind. Oops. Their old rivalry between them and Platoon re-establishing itself in this upwind. Platoon in 5th, Quantum 6th. Just their head to head, bow to bow just now. Platoon on starboard. I think Quantum just lifting very, very slightly on port on that left side. So an interesting call for the two of them. That rivalry peaked this season by Platoon's move from Quantum Sails to Doyle. There we go, we're seeing Platoon tacking into the lee bow of Quantum. Quantum having to respond immediately. So much experience on board the Quantum. You know, as Ed Reynolds was reminding us in Cascais when he joined us in the comedy booth, commentary booth. Greg Gundell, the only bowman really they've ever had. Rodney O'Dern, one of the most experienced and successful pit men in the business. Warwick Fleury on the main trim, multiple America's Cup winner. So really the balance seeming to swing from one side to the other a little bit, just on this upwind. Remember, Quantum were 5th or so. Similarly, you're just seeing Gladiator getting through Vayu. Quantum, you would imagine their hand strengthening against Platoon because of their position more to the left, but it's a very, very subtle, challenging racecourse today in this light sea breeze. So Allegra slipping. They were 6th at the top mark, first time up, dropping to 8th. So approaching the windward mark for the second time. Phoenix still leading. Sled in second, 120 metres or so behind. And Sled have about 150 metres, 155 metres on Provezza. So you would consider that first and second places might well be set, maybe even the podium for this first race. But for sure, a nice confidence booster for the sled team. As I said earlier, winning the practice race yesterday, they were going well in some of the previous unofficial training days. And Francesco Bruni, the tactician yesterday, saying they kind of felt that little practice race win might be a little bit of a reset for them. They've had a 5th and a 6th in the first 2 regattas of the season. They lie 5th overall, and of course they are the current 52 Super Series champions, and until Cascais were the world champions. So I'm sure if they could reset and get back to podium finishes, that would make the sled team very happy. But in the meantime, also, I'm imagining the Provezza team would be happy to come away opening this regatta with a 3rd. Interlodge going well in 4th. As I mentioned earlier on, Cameron Appleton in the tactician's role, replacing Ed Baird, who's doing the Chicago Mac race with Doug DeVos. Quantum Racing round in 7th behind Allegra. 12 seconds behind Allegra, in fact. Gladiator in 8th, and 9th is Value. So we're on the second run, race 1. Phoenix Jibe. Let's see whether sled elect to carry on with a good margin back to Preveza. You wonder whether sled will carry on, see if they can find anything to allow them to challenge Phoenix. 155 metres ahead of them to Phoenix, and the best part of 200 metres behind to Preveza. So sled are in the position to take some risks, some calculated risks. Without threatening their second place too much. But in the meantime, as I said before, a good reward for the Phoenix Shore team, working into the night. They finished just after midnight, having replaced or repaired the quarter deck after that practice race damage, getting the race boat back in action this morning. So still a very much a South African flag team on board, with key players like Matt Whitehead in the pit, South African Paul Wilcox on main, South African Shane Elliott the navigator, Sean Paminter the grinder and weather expert. As I say, unfortunately missing Hasso Plattner here. Hasso had planned to be here. So split down this final run between Preveza and Interlodge. Interlodge going left as Gladiator and Vayu have, looking downwind. So a pretty solid lead then, all in all, for the Phoenix team. Over 250 metres. It was 150 metres at its maximum coming down the first run. But it's not about the size of the win, it's just about getting that winning gun and the points on the table. And most of all, signalling the intent, the potential to the other teams, and starting the regatta on a high note. So breeze is round about 9 knots, pretty much as it was on the start line of the this first race, and so you would consider that all things being even, we should roll fairly quickly into a second race today. But if you were to reflect on the position Quantum are in just now, they did seem to get off the start line quite well. Good even start in the middle of the line. Privet's and Interlodge actually pretty close. Just look at that. They're only about 15 or 20 metres in it between them as they race down towards the finish line. Interlodge, of course, previously Azzurra Championship winning boat, World Championship winning boat, and Circuit Championship winning boat. So I think that will be a close finish between the two. I can see Interlodge making some small gains to the left coming downwind. Platoon also going quite quickly on this extreme right side looking downwind. Indeed, we're seeing Interlodge through for the moment. They will have to jibe, as will Privetza. I don't have to remind Super Series fans that Cameron Appleton is a well-known face on this circuit, having raced previously with Quantum Racing. Stepping into the tactician's role on the Interlodge. Looking like they're just past Privetza on this final run of race one. But let's not speak too soon. There's still a little bit of racing to go, certainly between the two of them. Quantum versus Gladiator for 7th and 8th. But overall pretty gentle conditions, 8 to 9 knots. We are likely to see more of the same over the next couple of days at least. Interlodge's best race finish so far this season was 1 second place in the middle of the Bayona Regatta, where they finished fourth overall. Previous to that, it's been a number of fourths over the course of the first two regattas, so a third, if they can pull it off. If they can pull it off, would be a very good way to start the regatta. So Phoenix come through the finish line. First blood to Hasso Plattner's South African team. Tom Slingsby, Cameron Dunn, Matt Whitehead and co. winning the first race as they did in Bayona. Sled, the 2021 World Champions and 52 Super Series champions coming through for second. In a close race, albeit some 200 metres or so behind Sled. Close race between Preveza and Interlodge. Preveza seemed to have the upper hand now, sprinting for that finish line with Interlodge lined up behind him. So it is Preveza then who take third, really not too far behind in the end. Interlodge fourth. Platoon and Allegri close, but it will be Platoon in fifth. Platoon then open with the fifth. Allegra sixth, seventh is going to be close between Gladiator and Quantum. Absolutely even. Gladiator on starboard going at Quantum, but Quantum I think just pipping Gladiator on the finish line. Maybe not, both given the exactly same times on our tracking. It will be down to our principal race officer Maria Torrio to call that one. And Value then getting ninth. So great start to the regatta for Phoenix, for Tom Slingsby and the South African team. Sled in second, Preveza third, Interlodge fourth, Platoon fifth, Allegra sixth, Gladiator seventh. The circuit leaders, Quantum Racing in eighth as we have it. I'm just seeing that whether that's confirmed from the race committee boat. Indeed, yeah, Gladiator 7th, Quantum 8th and Value in 9th. So that's race 1. Race 2 should follow fairly quickly. Keep an eye on our social media channels for any further updates, but we'll see you again very shortly. So welcome back to Portals for the second race today after that nice win for the Phoenix team. Going straight into the second race. Breeze is very similar to what there was. Little bit more, 10 to 11 knots on the start line. The wind axis for this first upwind is 205 degrees. A 1.7 mile windward leg. So disappointing 7th there for Quantum Racing, the circuit leaders. 2 regatta wins to their credit already this season. So need to get themselves off the line slightly better. And to the preferred side of the course. Meantime, solid starts from Sled also and Interlodge. Bayou starting towards the pin end of the line once again. We have about 40 seconds before the start. So a little bit more wind pressure, just a couple of knots or so more than we saw for race 1. It is 5 to 4 local time here on the Bay of Palma. Quantum quite nicely forward of the group to their right. There is 10 seconds to go. Platoon well forward as well. Harmuller Spear pulls the bow down on the Platoon at the same time as Terry Hutchison does on the Quantum. Now Quantum looking like a really solid start. Assuming they hit the line on the gun. We'll know in a couple of seconds, but Allegra a little bit slow off the line, so too Gladiator. Pretty decent start from the Phoenix. 3 boats up from Quantum. Sled get off the committee boat end of the line as well, quite nicely. Well forward of Gladiator. Interlodge start well too. Well, our Geo-Racing tracking has the early right the best just now. Sled jumping out to a lead of 15-20 metres over Interlodge. Gladiator, Paul Goodison taking the British flag team over to that right side early on. But really as far as I remember, a little bit of a facsimile of the previous start for Sled. Sled were the early leaders of the first race. Phoenix in 4th for the meantime. So an interesting start then, an interesting first couple of minutes of this first upwind, race 2. Certainly the boats off the right end of the line seem to have got the early advantage. Sled being the best of them. Phoenix slightly more to windward of that group of 4. That was a really good start from Sled also. So let's see what Quantum can do from their position just now. The really had an almost perfect start. Certainly on our tracking and our positioning of the start line. They were on our start line at a couple of seconds to go. So you certainly couldn't fault them for that start. It's a little bit like as Jules Salter, the navigator from the platoon, was saying the other day. It's so important to be at maximum speed to be the fastest boat on the water within the first minute or couple of minutes. So let's see if this race plays out similar to the last one. For sure you can see value on that left side have had a minute or so of port tack lift on that left side. Equally Gladiator on that right side, going upwind now, sailing into a knock, into a header, bow going very slightly down. Platoon pretty deep early on in 8th. One of the teams investing in that left side, Jordi Calafat and John Kostecki after guard on the platoon. Certainly Jordi knows these waters as well, if not better than most of the tacticians here, having grown up training and racing and winning multiple different classes since he lifted the 1992 Olympic gold medal in the 470 class. Quantum strengthening their hand on this left side. Up to 4th now. Prevets it to leeward of them. With a good lane, do Quantum. You can see this is a very streaky, patchy breeze in relative terms. Look at the difference in angles that Phoenix and Sled are sailing. Similarly, Gladiator on that right side sailing low relative to Phoenix. Some of that will be wind pressure, some of it will be angle, but I see Quantum getting better on the middle left, getting up to starting to control Prevets' position for sure. The key thing for Quantum is they have options now. All the time they're looking like Phoenix have a nice high mode or in a lift. Sailing of all the fleet most directly towards the windward mark. Little knock for them just now. So important to impose yourself on the first day, even if it's just psychological, to put a couple of good scores on the board, particularly when we know, or when the teams know, that we're going to have the same kind of conditions over the first 2 or potentially 3 days. Does set the mindset. But here we have Sled and Phoenix crossing. Phoenix doing much as they did in the previous race. A safe, relatively modest start, low risk, coming off the line in 4th or 5th, and just seeming to have upwind speed. In the classic lee bow of Sled, consequently Sled bounced off, have to tack away. How much that affects them on this side of the course, let's see. Provezza coming up in 4th, but that left side coming good just now. Quantum in a good lane of breeze, in a lift, and looking like they might certainly cross Phoenix. So I think quietly, and Quantum a sigh of relief after that first race. They're back in the mix, in the hunt, but things changing all the time at the top of this, getting towards the top of this beat. Looking Gladiator. Gladiator were 3rd a minute ago, or 4th. This left side, breeze coming in from the left, and strengthening. Gladiator now on the wrong side of that big shift, or big change in wind pressure. Platoon correspondingly benefiting, getting up to 4th. So things changing all the time. Platoon now benefiting from their position on that left, challenging Quantum. Provezza coming out of this okay, considering they were slightly more in the right. Sled leading previously, and Phoenix, remember, they were just close crossing a few moments ago on the middle right. So classic Palma scenario with the left strengthening. So it really seems to be how long you spend on that left side how quickly you consolidate back to the fleet. Phoenix converging with Allegri on the left side, and indeed electing to attack early, having seen themselves drop from first to fifth. Now Value were on the left and are now leading the main group. Really, positions have changed so often on this first beat. A couple of minutes ago we see Quantum Racing leading along with Platoon. Quantum now in 7th, Platoon in 3rd. I still kind of quite like Allegra's position on the left. Historically, you'd expect them to come in with pressure and a lift. Interlodge heading and will let Value cross. This could be Value leading around the top mark potentially. Just seeing the breeze shifting, knocking for those boats on that right side. On the starboard tack lay line, Allegra for me gaining all the time. I still don't think it's impossible that we would see Allegra leading round the top mark for sure. I can see them getting inside Interlodge potentially, but it would depend whether they can get to the ley line. And I think in the end, Ado Stead and Nick Ash are electing to find themselves a safe slot in the lineup. They're going for the low risk option. So it's between their Value and Interlodge at the top mark. Value just being held up a little bit by Interlodge, but it is Value round alongside Interlodge. Platoon in 3rd. Interlodge going round 4th, Sled 5th. Quantum Racing will be 6th. Quantum Racing 6th, Phoenix 7th. Privetza 8th, and 9th will be Gladiator. So fascinating beat towards the top. Quite typical of the conditions in Palma sometimes. Breeze is 10 to 11 knots, but between 195 and 205 depending where you are on the race course. And looking very much like Allegra taking turns between the windward mark and the offset. So they did go round in 4th and they're dropping to 8th just now. So it's Interlodge leading, Value 2nd, Platoon 3rd, and a gap back to Sled in 4th. and pretty much a straight lineup. Little bit quicker this race then, and this 10 knot, 11 knot breeze. Boat's moving well in this late afternoon before you'd expect the sea breeze to die off. Interlodge battling with Vayu a little bit coming down this first run. Both boats pushing each other higher by the looks of things. Maybe open the door to Platoon, who are to the left, sailing slightly deeper just now. Interlodge had a disappointing regatta in Cascais, finishing 8th of 9. Don't think they have won a race this season. Certainly didn't win in Cascais, and from memory I don't think either did they in Bayona. But a second in Bayona, finished 4th. It was largely on the strength of 3 4th place finishes, so this could be a pretty solid opening day for Cameron Appleton. If he could come away with a 4th and a win, he'd be pretty happy with that. They're really extremely close behind Platoon. With Sled, Quantum, Phoenix, Brevetza all lined up to their left, looking downwind. Pushing. Interlodge still working this right side, looking downwind. The other key talent on the Interlodge is young Michael Menninger, strategist. Who joined the team this year. And here is working with Cameron Appleton. Michael Menninger, past Etchells world champion. who is helmsman with the Red Bull America's Cup team. So he is a member of the American Magic team. Past the match racing world champion. And now Interlodge doing very much what Phoenix did in the previous race, able to extend out to a solid lead over Vayu. Vayu have about 10 or so metres in hand over Platoon. Quantum Racing in 5th. And they really are rolling away from the opposition. So much going on behind them with Sled protecting against Platoon and Quantum. Really leaving Interlodge to do their own thing. Coming down in a nice header. With the pressure. You wonder, looking at Phoenix coming down that left side. Where they can see to their right this duel going on between Quantum, Sled and Platoon in particular. Platoon trying to get round the back of Quantum. Vayu sticking to their guns to going down the right, holding third. Just letting the boat do the work, staying out of trouble. So disappointing then for Allegra. They were up there going round the top mark in the middle of the fleet, and then had to do the penalty turns, dropping them to ninth. So Sled coming out of that tussle with second, appeared to be ahead of Vayu. Phoenix for me gaining all the time coming down that left side in clear air, away from the lineup, away from the group of boats more in the middle of the fleet. So approaching the leeward gate, first time down, race 2, Interlodge leading. Potentially Sled in second, potentially, but it's going to be all about actually who gets through the gate ahead of who. Interlodge looking like they'll have one jibe and in. Sled will make on this jibe. Quantum appear to have got through Value. Interlodge, of course, have Juan Villa as navigator, past winner with Quantum Racing. Undoubtedly one of the top inshore and offshore navigators in the world. Winner of the America's Cup with Alinghi, of course. So Interlodge going round the leeward gate, round the left mark, looking upwind with a pretty big lead. Sled looking solid in second now. Bayou's choice to stay to that right side and pretty much sail the port jibe ley line. Appears to have cost them, but they're coming in with speed. It's going to be all about whether they can get to the zone ahead of Quantum and perhaps Sled. Sled, I'm afraid their tracker's just a little bit sporadic, but certainly according to us, Value getting to the zone ahead of Quantum. Quantum have to respond and give them mark room. So Value getting back inside Quantum. Jibing now, hold their third. Phoenix alone going to that right mark downwind. Platoon in fifth. Platoon in fifth, yep. Phoenix I see in sixth, but I wonder if we can gain anything on that right side. So watch Phoenix on this upwind. Seem to have come away with a nice angle. Travezza 7th and Gladiator 8th, and Allegri will be 9th. It's a bit of a painful race then for Allegri, for Andy Soriano, Edo Stead, Nick Asher, Francesco Mongelli and co. So Interlodge have a nice high angle where they are now. Even relative to Phoenix, who are the furthest to the right side. So Interlodge have the local eyes and ears in the shape of Pedro Mas, who's based in Palma. He's on the bow of the Interlodge and sailed with Desafio as bowman in the America's Cup. Previously also on Bribon, and also raced with Platoon. So all the time, at the moment, the day looks to be belonging to Sled potentially. Can hold on to this second place. Coming away with 2 second places would give them the regatta lead for sure. That said, Phoenix have done well on the right. Quantum slightly better in third, but it's going to all depend whether the Quantum come across to this better breeze on the left or whether anything materialises for Phoenix where they are. Again, no, you wouldn't imagine that were they to finish with a first and a fourth for the day, I don't think the Phoenix team will be too unhappy with that. For them, their target is Quantum. But quite significant separation on the water, but a little more of a lift, a little more of a right-hander for Phoenix. Could really work for them, but the trend has been to the left, the further you go left. So you would imagine that Quantum should strengthen their hand in the meantime. So splitting tacks between Phoenix and Quantum. Phoenix going back to the right on port. Quantum digging out to the left on starboard. At right working for Prevetta in the meantime. But for sure these windward legs are so dynamic. So many small changes happening. As we have often seen in this breeze in this area, more in the middle of the bay than the traditional race area right on the left side and the east of the bay. Quite often see a middle of the course or middle of the upwind gain on the right. Long-term investment is on the left. So we're seeing that just now for Phoenix and Prevetta. Now whether that stays in or whether Quantum strengthen their position on the left, going to be fascinating. Remember, it changed so much in the top third of the beat. Interlodge coming across to protect, keep a loose cover on sled, and a very loose cover in Phoenix. That lead of Interlodge cut by sled. All about distance to the windward mark, but Interlodge now 55 metres ahead. It was over 150 metres at one point, and that group to the right now pretty compact, pretty close. Phoenix for the meantime emerging in fourth, but it's close. Quantum benefiting then from their position coming back from the left, attacking because they weren't. I think they weren't quite crossing Quantum, and will bounce value back. Sorry, Quantum were not quite crossing value and attack into the lee bow. Quantum going back at Platoon. Platoon have benefited from that position on their left and will now cross. And Phoenix in a slightly more vulnerable zone, if you like. Quantum or Platoon tack into Quantum's lee bow will squeeze them. So this is to Phoenix's benefit in the meantime. It's turning out to be a fascinating, engaging second race. Positions behind Interlodge and Sled changing all the time, particularly at the top third of this beat, but it is Interlodge which will lead round the top mark for the final time today, with a margin of about 100 metres in their pockets. Battle now, although Sled will come round in a pretty solid second. They have over 150 metres between them and Quantum. Quantum presently third, but it was going to be interesting and close between Phoenix, Platoon and Quantum as they get up to this second windward mark. Here you see Sled 24 seconds behind. Quantum coming back on starboard, but Platoon tack inside them. Force Phoenix to tack. Now Phoenix, you would imagine, are just under ley line, short on breeze. And you would think it's a big ask for them to get up to that windward mark. But this could be a key moment for the Phoenix team. They seem to be getting there. Forcing Platoon up. Inside the zone they have mark room. And as we can see on our tracker, it looks like Phoenix have done well out of that, getting clear of Quantum and Platoon. We need to see whether there was any penalty for any of these boats. Certainly we didn't see any obvious infringements, but just waiting to see. Looking like perhaps maybe Quantum having to do turns, I think, at the top mark. Maybe didn't quite keep clear of Platoon. For sure we're seeing Quantum having done turns at the top mark. And dropping to 8th or 9th behind Gladiator. So that was a costly problem as all three boats came round that windward mark. Phoenix on the inside forcing Platoon up, in turn forcing Quantum up. Quantum clearly didn't give enough mark room to Platoon. Quantum having to do turns, and that dropping them to 8th, making this a costly day and an expensive error. And that these heated moments there, but in the meantime, Interlodge runaway first place just now, 126 metres ahead of Sled. Phoenix up to third. If they could hold on to third, they would equal Sled. Sled looking like, for all the world, getting 2 second places for the day. Phoenix potentially first and a third. Platoon looking at a 4th and a 5th. And very much, unfortunately, looking like 2/8 for Quantum. And a difficult one for Provezza as well. Provezza third in the first race, now looking at a seventh, so potentially a 10-point day for them. So they are pushing, looking like Vayu potentially doing turns at the same time. Certainly we're seeing them having stopped and doing turns on the tracker just now. I think it's Vayu. So Quantum though on the comeback trail immediately. So we have on the water umpires, of course, watching and making immediate judgments. So anyway, as I said, this would be Interlodge Gwen and Austin Fragamon's first race win this season. If they get through the finish line with their 100-metre lead intact, no reason to expect it not to. So Quantum Racing once again in damage limitation mode. And to all intents and purposes already doing a pretty good job. Dropped immediately to 9th after doing their turns at the windward mark, already up to 6th, chasing the Gladiator, chasing Tony Langley's team. About 60 metres between the two. Coming downwind and on this final run, Quantum chasing Gladiator directly behind him. There is about 80 metres between Phoenix and Platoon in the final bit of runway through the finish line. You would imagine that the Phoenix team would be slightly more relaxed. So pretty much a straight run into the finish. That left side really not having worked out for Provezza at all. So once again today proving that you have to sail clean. Penalties cost you dearly. That lead for Interlodge now 140, nearly 150 metres. Going well down the final stages of this run. They see the finish line in front of them. So a good day for Cameron Appleton to return to the 52 Super Series fleet. In good company on board with Michael Menninger as a strategist, Juan Villa as navigator. And a boat which, as Azura, did well here on the Bay of Palma. Indeed, this Puerto Bertals was the actual home for many years of the Azura team. This is where the boat lived. And a big confidence booster for the Phoenix team getting through Platoon. Sailed the top part of that second beat nicely. Stuck to the strategy, and interesting how it paid off for Phoenix, but not for Provezza. Provezza were just a little bit further out to the right, and Provezza lost out. Phoenix gained, but the key thing for Phoenix was getting inside that group at the top mark. Came round with overlap with Platoon and Quantum Racing. That got Phoenix through Platoon, and it is what cost Quantum Racing the chance to be still with that group, although to all intents and purposes they've just lost a single boat. They just lost Gladiator effectively. A net loss because of that penalty turn. Now, can Quantum catch Gladiator between now and the finish? It's a difficult day for the Vayu team, who started the first two regattas of the season so well. They've been in the top two, top three in Bayona and in Cascais. Unfortunately fading in the second half of both these regattas. But this time a little bit kind of down to earth with a bump. So looking like a 14-point day for Quantum, well outside their usual target, where they want to come away with say 8 points or less for the day. However, they did come into this regatta with a pretty solid overall lead on the circuit standings. So Interlodge coming through the finish line for their first win of the season. Well deserved victory. Good first beat, good start, good strategy. Cameron Appleton doing a great job, but a strong team round about them, and congratulations to Austin Fragaman. Sled coming through for second. A solid day for the first for them for 2 second places. Phoenix will get third. So with Interlodge winning, that means that all the teams except for Vayu have now won a race this year. Quantum, Phoenix and Allegra have won 4 races apiece. Platoon have won 3 races. Sled have 2 race wins and 1 win apiece now for Gladiator, Provezza and Interlodge, as Phoenix come through in third. giving them a 4 points tally for the day. Tied on points then with the Sled. Platoon through in fourth, giving them 9 points for the day. Gladiator, fifth place for them is a pretty solid result. One for Mr. Tony Langley and Jeff Povey to enjoy their Friday afternoon, Friday evening gin and tonic with a smile on their face, I'm quite sure. Quantum Racing, not so happy with that sixth, I'm quite sure. Could have been worse, of course. Not the best start to the regatta for Allegra, particularly having done so well in Cascais. And Provezza third in that first race, coming through for eighth. And it will be another ninth for Vayu. So a very challenging, difficult day for the tacticians. No obvious pattern from one windward leg to the next, from one 2 or 3 minute phase to the next, always changing. So all the more reason to congratulate Sled, the 2021 world champions and the current circuit champions, for their 2 second places. Similarly, winners of race 1 Phoenix coming away with a good third place. So in essence they should share the overall lead, but that's our 2 races for the day. First day of the Puerto Portals 52 Super Series sailing week on the Bay of Palma, and the lead shared between Phoenix and Sled. Join us again tomorrow for more of the same. We're expecting this light to moderate sea breeze, streaky and challenging. So with a 1 and a 3, Phoenix leading, 2 and a 2. It's Sled in second, Interlodge in third on 5 points, a 4 and a 1. Good day for them. Platoon in fourth on 9 points, Provezza 11 points, Gladiator 12 points, Allegra 13, and there you're seeing the circuit leaders, Quantum Racing in eighth after day 1 with an 8th and a 6th, and Vayu 2 9ths, 18 points. So as I say, join us tomorrow, more of the same, and let's see if Quantum can mount a comeback.